Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The eternal flame danced atop the crystal spire, as it had for 10,000 years. A beacon of azure fire visible from both the elven kingdom of Silvermere and the dwarven stronghold of Khazad-dvor. Neither blue nor white, but something in between. Its light bathed the ancient forest of Elderthorn in an ethereal glow that kept the darkest shadows at bay. For generations uncounted, this sacred flame had maintained the uneasy peace between the two realms, its magic binding oaths and treaties with power greater than the word of any king or queen, until the night it began to die. Lyarian Truthseeker stood before the High Council of Silvermere, his tall frame unbowed despite the chains binding his wrists. Moonlight streamed through the living branches that formed the cathedral-like ceiling of the Judgment Hall, casting dappled shadows across his proud features. The 7 silver-robed counselors regarded him from their elevated thrones, carved from a single massive whitewood tree, their faces impassive masks of elven severity. "The evidence speaks for itself," intoned Lady Nimue, first voice of the council, her ancient eyes cold as midwinter frost. "The sacred vials of starlight essence were found in your quarters. The corruption within the eternal flame bears the signature of your magic. Magic you alone among our people possess. How do you answer these charges, Truthseeker?" The irony of his family name was not lost on Lyarian. For 12 centuries, the Truthseekers had served as the realm's most trusted diplomatic envoys, gifted with the rare ability to discern truth from falsehood. That same gift now burned within him, screaming that the evidence against him had been manufactured with meticulous care. "I am innocent," he stated simply, meeting each counselor's gaze in turn. "I have served Silvermere with unwavering loyalty since before most of you drew first breath. I would sooner pierce my own heart than damage the eternal flame. Yet your magical signature cannot be disguised," countered Lord Thorn, the Queen's most trusted advisor, his voice silken with rehearsed regret. "The flame weakens by the hour, and with it, the ancient wards that protect our realm from dwarven aggression. Exile," declared Lady Nimue, after a moment of silent communion with her fellow councillors. "You are henceforth banished from Silvermere, stripped of title and privilege. Should you return, your life is forfeit." As guards led him away, Lyarian caught the briefest flicker of satisfaction crossing Lord Thorn's face, so swift that none without the Truth-Seeker gift would have perceived it. In that infinitesimal expression lay confirmation of what Lyarian had already suspected. He had been betrayed by those closest to the throne. 3 days later, Lyarian moved like a ghost through the deepest reaches of Elderthorn Forest, his footfalls silent on the ancient loam. Without his customary silver armor or the emblems of his former station, he might have been mistaken for a common woodland elf, if not for the exquisite moon-silver bow slung across his back, a royal heirloom that no guard had dared attempt to confiscate. The forest had changed in the days since his exile. Shadows stretched longer beneath the great trees, and the usual chorus of night creatures had fallen eerily silent. Above, through rare breaks in the dense canopy, he could see that the eternal flame had dimmed to a mere flicker of its former brilliance. A snapped twig, deliberate, a warning, brought Larian to immediate alertness. His bow materialized in his hands, an arrow of condensed light nocked and ready in one fluid motion too swift for mortal eyes to follow. "I wouldn't, elf," rumbled a deep voice from the shadows. "Not unless you fancy your insides becoming your outsides." From the darkness emerged a figure that seemed to have been hewn from the mountain itself, barrel-chested and powerful, with a beard the color of burnished bronze, elaborately braided with platinum bands and small gemstones that caught what little light filtered through the trees. Despite his stature, barely reaching Larian's chest, the dwarf's presence commanded respect. The massive warhammer he carried casually in one hand seemed to hum with barely restrained power. Durgan Bronzebeard, Larian identified him, not lowering his bow. "Legendary among your kind for slaying the Drake of North Pass. Have the dwarves of Khazad-Vor fallen so low that they now send their champions to assassinate exiled elves?" A bark of laughter escaped the dwarf's lips. "Indai, if I wanted you dead, Truth-Seeker, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'm here because something doesn't add up in this pretty little scenario, and I've spent too many centuries trusting my gut to ignore it now." Slowly, Larian lowered his bow, though the arrow remained nocked. "Explain." "The Stone Council received word of your treachery before the flame even began to dim," Durgan said, resting his hammer across broad shoulders. "And almost as if someone wanted to ensure our peoples would blame each other when the treaties fail. Convenient timing, wouldn't you say?" A flicker of hope kindled in Larian's chest. "You believe I was framed." "I believe nothing yet," the dwarf countered gruffly. "But I intend to discover the truth, even if it means temporarily aligning myself with a tree hugger." Before Larian could respond, a sickly green light pulsed through the forest, emanating from the direction of the crystal spire. Both warriors turned to witness the eternal flame flicker violently, its color shifting momentarily from azure to emerald before stabilizing again at a diminished intensity. "The corruption spreads," Larian murmured. "We have less time than I feared." Durgan nodded grimly. "The ancient texts speak of the flame's connection to the Stone of Balance, the artifact from which the crystal spire itself was grown. If someone has tampered with the stone, then only by restoring it can the flame be saved," Laerion finished. But the Stone of Balance was shattered in the last Convergence War, its fragments scattered to the three realms for safekeeping. The dwarf's eyes gleamed with the light of challenge. "Then it seems we have a quest, elf. Unless you'd prefer to remain an exile while our kingdoms march toward mutual destruction." Their unlikely alliance was sealed that night beneath the light of three moons, not by choice, but by magic older than either of their races. As they shared meager rations by a carefully concealed campfire, Durgan produced a small crystal vial from within his armor. "Essence of the stone," he explained, uncorking it carefully. "Each guardian of a fragment carries one. Attuned to the piece they protect, it will lead us to the nearest shard." When Larian reached to examine the vial, their fingers brushed momentarily, and the world exploded in blinding light. Ancient magic surged between them like lightning seeking ground, binding their life forces together in a connection neither had anticipated. When their vision cleared, each bore an identical mark upon their forearm, a sigil showing the crystal spire wrapped in flames, half rendered in elven curves, half in angular dwarven runes. "By Moradin's hammer," Durgan gasped, staring at the mark. "A life bond. The old magic has chosen us as paired guardians." Larian felt the dwarf's confusion and anger flowing through their new connection, as if it were his own. "Moo, the stone recognizes us as worthy," he said softly. "Neither can survive if the other falls, an ancient safeguard against betrayal." Wonderful, Durgan growled. My life is now bound to an exiled elf with a death sentence on his head. This day improves by the hour. Despite the gravity of their situation, Larian found himself smiling for the first time since his banishment. Look at the bright side, Master Dwarf. You'll finally experience what it's like to see the world from a reasonable height. Their quest led them first to the Mistral Peaks, where the air fragment had been entrusted to the reclusive Griffin clans. As they ascended treacherous mountain paths, Durgan reluctantly acknowledged Larian's skill in navigating the narrow ledges, while the elf came to respect the dwarf's encyclopedic knowledge of stone formations and his uncanny ability to predict rockslides before they occurred. The Griffin matriarch, Stormwing, received them with ancient formality in her eyrie among the clouds. Her golden feathers ruffled with displeasure when they explained their mission. The fragment was stolen a fortnight ago, she revealed, talons scraping against stone in agitation. A shadow came in the night, something that wore many forms. It left this. She indicated a dead griffin warrior, its body twisted unnaturally, scales forming on what had once been feathers, its beak partially transformed into reptilian jaws. Dragon magic, Durgan breathed, his face paling beneath his beard. Not just any dragon, Larian added, examining the corrupted body. A shifter. I thought they were extinct since the Elder days. Through their bond, each felt the other's growing unease. The pieces were beginning to align into a picture more dire than either had imagined. Their journey took them next to the bottomless Lake of Echoes, where the water fragment had been guarded by the merfolk for generations. Here too they found devastation, the underwater city in ruins, the fragment missing, and evidence of the same corrupting magic. With each step of their journey, the unlikely companions grew to understand each other better. Larian taught Durgan to move with the forest rather than against it, to hear the whispers of ancient trees and read the stars as maps. In turn, Durgan shared the secrets of dwarven metalcraft, the language of stone, and the steadfast loyalty that formed the backbone of his people's culture. When bandits ambushed them in the Shadow Pass, they fought as one, their combat styles complementing each other perfectly. Larian's flowing, graceful archery creating openings for Durgan's devastating hammer strikes. What would have once been unthinkable became natural, an elf and dwarf fighting side by side, guarding each other's weaknesses, amplifying each other's strengths. By the time they reached the molten caverns where the fire fragment had been kept, both had come to a reluctant realization the prejudices that had defined their people's relations for millennia were built on willful misunderstanding. Different as they were, their values aligned in ways neither had anticipated: honor, craftsmanship, respect for tradition, and fierce protection of home and kin. As expected, the fire fragment too had been taken, leaving only corruption in its wake. But here, finally, they found a clue, a scale that shifted between gold and silver, perpetually changing like quicksilver in the light. Malverax, Larian whispered, ancient fear evident in his voice. The last of the Elder Shifters, we thought him slain in the battle of Shattered Sky. The dragons have long memories and longer schemes, Durgan replied grimly. If he has all three fragments, then he intends to corrupt the eternal flame completely, Larian finished, converting it from a force of balance to one of chaos, feeding on discord between our peoples. Their eyes met in shared understanding. The prophecy that both races had interpreted as foretelling inevitable war had been misread. It didn't speak of final conflict between elf and dwarf, but of necessary union against a greater threat. The crystal spire gleamed under moonlight as they approached, its once perfect surface now marred by veins of sickly green corruption that pulsed like infected wounds. Atop it, The eternal flame sputtered weakly, more green than blue, its light fading by the minute, and circling the spire, a creature of nightmare, neither fully dragon nor fully anything else, its form constantly rippling between shapes. One moment, it bore the wings of a griffin, the next the tail of a sea serpent, always shifting but always terrible to behold. In its claws, it clutched the 3 fragments of the Stone of Balance, now corrupted to match its wielder's twisted nature. "Malverax," Larian called out, fitting an arrow to his bow, "your schemes end tonight." The dragon thing's laughter echoed across the clearing, a sound like breaking glass and crumbling stone. The Truth Seeker and the Stone Hammer, together as foretold. How delicious that you arrived just in time to witness the fall of both your kingdoms. "Return the fragments," Durgan demanded, his hammer beginning to glow with activated runes. "Or by my ancestors, I'll fashion a new drinking vessel from your skull." "Such limited imaginations," Malverax taunted, landing atop the spire beside the weakened flame. For 10,000 years, I have waited, feeding on the discord between your peoples, growing stronger with each border skirmish, each diplomatic failure. When the flame dies, so too will the ancient wards that prevent true war between elf and dwarf. And from that glorious chaos, I will ascend to my rightful place as ruler of all realms." With those words, he thrust the corrupted fragments into the dying flame. Green fire erupted skyward, a pillar of malevolent energy that tore at the very fabric of reality. But Malverax had not accounted for one crucial factor, the life bond between Larian and Durgan. As the corruption surged, their shared mark blazed with counteracting light, pure blue-white radiance that flowed between them in visible waves. "The stone chose us," Larian realized suddenly. "It created our bond, knowing this moment would come." Understanding dawned on Durgan's face. "We are the balance, elf and dwarf united, the living embodiment of what the stone was created to maintain." Moving as one, they approached the base of the spire. Where Malverax's corruption had created fissures, they placed their marked arms against the crystal surface. Power surged through them, the deep, resonant strength of the mountains flowing through Durgan, the ancient, celestial magic of the stars channeling through Larian. Above, Malverax shrieked in fury as the corruption began to recede from the fragments. The dragon shifter's form became increasingly unstable, portions of his body dissolving into mist as his millennium-long spell unraveled. "Impossible!" he raged. "The prophecy spoke of war, not unity. You misread the ancient words," Larian called up to him, his voice strengthened by the power flowing through their bond. "As we all did. It never spoke of inevitable conflict between our peoples, but of necessary alliance against the shadow of chaos, against you." With a final surge of combined power, dwarf resilience and elven grace, stone endurance and starlight brilliance, they forced the corruption from the stone fragments. The purified shards rose from the flame, orbiting it in perfect harmony before merging back into a single crystalline artifact that pulsed with renewed power. The eternal flame roared back to life, blue-white and stronger than before. Caught in its purifying light, Malverax's form finally destabilized completely, the ancient dragon dissolving into motes of light that scattered to the winds. His millennia-long existence ended not by violence, but by the very balance he had sought to destroy. As dawn broke over Elderthorn Forest, messengers from both kingdoms arrived to find an unprecedented sight. Larian Truthseeker and Durgan Bronzebeard standing together at the base of the crystal spire, the restored eternal flame blazing brightly above them, and the Stone of Balance hovering between them, half facing the elven lands, half facing the dwarven kingdom. The age of discord was ending. A new age of alliance was about to begin. Story 2. Thunder without lightning rent the skies above the Iron Mountains as King Durin VII, last of his name, drew his final breath in the deepest chamber of Khazad-mor. At that precise moment, within the ancestral vault where the kingdom's most sacred relics were housed, the legendary Axe of Durin, symbol of dwarven sovereignty for 7 generations, shattered into 3 gleaming fragments. The pieces hovered momentarily in the air, glowing with ancient runes that pulsed like heartbeats, before vanishing in 3 streaks of light that pierced the mountain walls and scattered to the distant corners of the realm. The mountain itself seemed to mourn, deep tremors shaking the vast underground city as bells of alarum echoed through halls of carved stone. The king had died without a direct heir, and now the symbol of legitimate rule had rejected all claimants, leaving the dwarven kingdom teetering on the precipice of civil war. In the lower districts of Khazad-mor, far from the nobles, heated debates about succession. Thalia Ironhand woke with a gasp, her hands trembling as the vision faded. The forge fire had died to embers, casting her small workshop in deep shadows that danced across walls hung with her finest metalwork. Despite being born to the noble house of Ironhand, whose lineage traced back to Durin I himself, Thalia had forsaken the political machinations of court life to pursue the ancient art of rune forging, a path considered unsuitable for a daughter of such distinguished bloodline. Her calloused fingers reached for the small journal beside her anvil, quickly sketching what she had seen in her dream, the first fragment of the axe, its blade embedded in the heart of an ancient oak at the center of the mist marshes. The second, its haft hidden beneath the frozen waterfall of Rivendell, where no dwarf had set foot in 5 centuries. The third, its head containing the most powerful runes, suspended in a chamber of perpetual fire deep within Mount Doom. "By the first forge," she whispered, her voice steady despite her racing heart. The visions were unmistakable, a calling that no true dwarf could ignore. The Axe of Durin had chosen her, not as its wielder, but as its seeker. Dawn had not yet broken when Thalia slipped through the lesser gate of Khazad-mor, her pack laden with supplies, her father's runic hammer secured at her belt. The guards, distracted by the ongoing chaos of succession disputes, barely noticed the hooded figure disappearing into the mists that perpetually shrouded the mountain's lower slopes. The mist marshes lived up to their name, a treacherous expanse of shifting bogs and phantom lights that had claimed countless travelers over the centuries. Legend held that the mists themselves were sentient, deliberately leading wanderers astray until they succumbed to exhaustion or drowned in the sudden quicksand pools that appeared without warning. For 3 days, Thalia followed the pathways revealed in her visions, testing each step with her hammer's haft, consulting the stars when rare breaks in the mist allowed. On the 4th day, she reached the center of the marshes, a small island of solid ground upon which grew a single, massive oak tree that seemed impossibly ancient. Its trunk was wider than 10 dwarves standing shoulder to shoulder, its bark resembling the weathered skin of some primeval being. And there, embedded in the heartwood at precisely the height of a dwarf's reach, gleamed the blade fragment of Durin's axe, its metal untarnished despite the marsh's corrosive atmosphere. As Thalia approached, a voice called from the shadows beneath the great oak's canopy. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you, daughter of stone." She spun, hammer raised, to confront a tall figure leaning casually against the ancient trunk. His features marked him clearly as elvish, high cheekbones, pointed ears, eyes the color of summer leaves. But his attire was unlike any elf she had ever seen or heard described. Instead of the flowing robes or woodland garb of his kind, he wore a patchwork of leather armor, practical traveling clothes, and strangest of all, dwarvish metalwork gauntlets adorned with runes of protection. "Who are you to tell me what I may touch, tree dweller?" she challenged, though she kept her distance, assessing the stranger who had somehow approached without alerting her keen senses. A wry smile crossed his face. Ilarion Silverleaf, formerly third prince of the Elder Tree Court, currently exile and wanderer, he offered an elegant bow that somehow managed to appear both respectful and slightly mocking. "And the one who has been guarding that fragment for the past fortnight, awaiting its rightful retriever," Thorlia's eyes narrowed. "Elves have no business with dwarven relics." "Perhaps not," he conceded, "but I have business with preventing a catastrophe. That axe fragment is not merely a symbol of kingship, as your people believe. It is a key, one of 3, to a prison built in the First Age." Before Thorlia could respond, the marsh around them erupted in violent motion. From the bubbling waters emerged misshapen creatures, once perhaps human or elvish, now corrupted into marsh wights with elongated limbs and faces frozen in eternal anguish. They converged on the island with unnatural speed, their movements accompanied by a chorus of gurgling moans. "The marshes defend their treasures," Ilarion said grimly, drawing twin daggers from his belt. The blades caught the dim light, revealing intricate engravings that Thorlia recognized instantly as ancient dwarvish forge runes. "Those are dwarf-made," she accused, even as she took position beside him, her hammer beginning to glow with activated rune magic. "A gift from one who believed cooperation between our peoples was not merely possible, but necessary," he replied, then leapt into battle with fluid grace that belied his tall frame. Thorlia had no time to question further as the marshwights closed in. Her hammer struck with precision, each blow releasing bursts of runic energy that caused the creatures to shriek and dissolve back into murky water. Ilarion moved like quicksilver among them, his enchanted daggers leaving trails of golden light that seemed to unravel the magic animating their corrupted forms. They fought back to back, their contrasting styles, her powerful, deliberate strikes and his lightning-fast, precise cuts, complementing each other with surprising effectiveness. When the last marsh wight had collapsed into fetid bubbles, they turned again to the oak and the gleaming fragment embedded within. "It calls to you," Ilarion observed, watching her eyes fixed on the metal. "As is proper, the axe always chooses its bearer." "I am no bearer," Thorlia corrected, approaching the tree cautiously. "Only a seeker. The true wielder will be revealed once all fragments are reunited." Her fingers brushed the exposed metal, and instantly, runic script flared to life across its surface. Ancient dwarvish symbols interwoven with elvish glyphs that no living dwarf could fully translate. Before she could withdraw her hand, the fragment pulled free of the wood and fused itself to her palm in a flash of blinding light. Pain lanced up her arm as the runes seared themselves into her flesh, forming a complex pattern from wrist to elbow. When her vision cleared, she saw Ilarion doubled over in apparent agony, clutching his own forearm where identical markings now glowed through his torn sleeve. "What have you done?" she demanded, the panic in her voice betraying her shock. The elf straightened slowly, his face ashen but composed. "Not I," he winced. "The axe has bound us with the oath of retrieval. Neither of us can now abandon the quest until all fragments are recovered and the axe made whole, or until death releases us." Thorlia stared in horror at the runes gradually fading into her skin, becoming like intricate tattoos rather than burning brands. "Why would it bind me to an elf? The axe is dwarvish." Ilarion's laugh held no humor. "Is it? Look closer at the runes, Forge Daughter. The axe was forged in the time when elves and dwarves still worked as allies, combining our magic with your metallurgy. It was never meant to be a symbol of dwarvish power alone, but of the alliance between our peoples." He rolled up his sleeve fully, revealing the full pattern that matched her own. These markings tell a story few remember. The last time the axe broke was during the War of Wrath, when Durin III and the Elven King Orifer used it to imprison a being of terrible power beneath your mountain. Thorlia's blood ran cold as ancient histories, told as bedtime tales to frightened dwarflings, suddenly took on new significance. The Nameless One, the Devourer of Light. Ilarion nodded solemnly. With no heir to wield the axe, and the king dead, the seals have begun to weaken. That is why the axe broke, not in rejection, but in desperate need. It seeks those who can mend what was broken, in more ways than one. The journey to the frozen falls of Rivendell tested their reluctant partnership in ways neither could have anticipated. Across the withered heath, where dragonfire had long ago scorched the earth to glass, through the Shadow Pass where whispers of forgotten names drove travelers to madness, they traveled side by side, gradually moving from mutual suspicion to grudging respect. Thorlia marveled at Ilarion's knowledge of star navigation and herb lore, while he came to appreciate her uncanny ability to sense the presence of precious metals and read the stories written in stone formations. When bandits ambushed them in the foothills of the Misty Mountains, they fought as a seamless unit, as if they had trained together for decades rather than traveled together for weeks. In the evenings, around small campfires, an unexpected exchange began. Thorlia taught Ilarion the fundamentals of dwarven metallurgy, how to listen to the song of ore veins, how to feel the potential in raw elements. In return, he shared forbidden elven knowledge of the stars and their influence on enchantment, of words of power too dangerous to be written down. "Your people believe we're cold and distant," he told her one night, as they camped beneath a sky where countless stars shone like scattered diamonds. "And mine believe yours are stubborn and earthbound, incapable of higher thought." Thorlia chuckled, feeding small twigs into their fire. "Oh, and yet here we are, a noble-born dwarf smith and an exiled elven prince on the outskirts of permission, proving both wrong. Perhaps that's why we were chosen," Ilarion mused. "The outcasts, the ones who already questioned the established order of things." The second fragment awaited them behind the frozen falls, guarded by water spirits who demanded songs in exchange for passage. Ilarion's voice, pure and clear as mountain streams, complemented by Thorlia's deep, resonant chanting, satisfied the ancient guardians. When they emerged, the haft of the axe had joined with the blade in Thorlia's possession. The combined piece now humming with awakened power, their final destination loomed before them, the treacherous volcanic slopes of Mount Doom, where the axe head had embedded itself in a chamber of perpetual flame. As they ascended the ash-covered paths, tremors shook the ground with increasing frequency. "The Nameless One stirs," Ilarion warned, steadying Thorlia as a particularly violent tremor nearly sent her tumbling down the slope. "We have little time." Inside the volcano's heart, they found the final fragment suspended in a column of blue fire that reached from floor to distant ceiling. Around this central chamber, ancient murals depicted a terrible battle. Dwarves and elves fighting side by side against a shadowy colossus whose features were deliberately obscured. The histories call this the Battle of Endless Night. Thorlia whispered, tracing the carved figures with reverent fingers. "Udu, when darkness fell for 100 days and nights, and the mountains themselves walked to war." As she reached for the final fragment, the blue flames parted willingly, allowing her to grasp the axe head. The moment it touched the combined pieces she already carried, a blinding light filled the chamber. When it receded, The legendary axe of Durin stood whole once more, its blade gleaming with elvish light magic, its haft inscribed with dwarven runes of unbreakable oaths, its head crowned with gems that captured and reflected the essence of both crafts. But as the axe completed itself, the mountain gave a mighty shudder. Deep beneath them, far beneath even the deepest halls of Khazad-mor, something ancient and terrible stirred from millennia of imprisonment. War, the final fragment reveals the truth, Ilarion said quietly, his eyes fixed on runes now glowing across the axe's surface. The true heir to the throne is one of mixed blood, half dwarf, half elf, born of a union between your late king and an elven diplomat. Thorlia's world tilted on its axis. Impossible. Such a child would never be accepted by either realm, and so they were hidden away, raised in secret, Ilarion continued, his voice strangely calm. Who taught the ways of both peoples, prepared for a day when ancient evils might return and old alliances would need to be renewed. Understanding dawned in Thorlia's eyes as she truly looked at him, his height unusual for an elf, his build more solid, his beard a wispy suggestion that no pure-blooded elf could grow. You, she breathed, you are the heir. Ilarion Silverleaf, son of Durin VII and the elven ambassador Nimrodel, nodded solemnly. And now I must decide whether to claim a throne neither side wishes me to have, or to forge a new path entirely. The axe pulsed in Thorlia's hands, and without hesitation, she offered it to him. The choice is yours, my king. But know that whatever you decide, you no longer stand alone. As Ilarion's fingers closed around the weapon of his dual heritage, the runes on their arms flared once more, the oath of broken runes transforming into something new, something unbreakable. A covenant not between unwilling strangers, but between loyal friends united by a common purpose. Far below, the Nameless One roared in defiance, but for the first time in centuries, its rage was met not with fear, but with determination. The time of division was ending. A new age was about to begin. Story 3. Dawn broke over the Emerald Vale, casting long shadows across a landscape transformed overnight. Where once stood ancient oaks and flowering meadows, now rose a forest of crystal trees, their translucent branches reaching toward the sky like the fingers of frozen giants. The morning light fractured through their impossible geometry, painting the ground with kaleidoscopic patterns that shifted with each passing cloud. Beautiful and terrible, the crystal forest had appeared without warning on the contested borderlands between the elven kingdom of Lumineth and the dwarven stronghold of Khazad-drak. A lone figure stood at the forest's edge, his weathered cloak pulled tight against the unnatural chill that emanated from the crystalline grove. Though dressed as a common hunter, his posture betrayed a nobility that no rough garment could disguise. This was Galador Starlight, last prince of the royal elven bloodline, living in self-imposed exile since the massacre of his family 5 years prior. The crystal trees had called to him in dreams, pulling him from his hermitage in the northern wilds. By the ancient light, he whispered, his breath misting in the cold air. His slender fingers traced the runes etched into his bow, the last gift from his father before the bloodless coup. This magic bears her signature. A disturbance at the forest's opposite edge drew his attention. A procession of heavily armed dwarves approached, their armor gleaming in the prismatic light. At their center walked a stout figure whose elaborate braided beard was adorned with rune-etched platinum clasps, clearly a dignitary of significant standing. Galador melted into the shadows of a nearby thicket, his centuries of hunting experience allowing him to become virtually invisible. The dwarven company halted at the forest's threshold, their expressions a mixture of awe and trepidation. The central figure stepped forward, producing a curious instrument from within his robes, a crystal sphere mounted on a handle of dark metal. "Ambassador Moradin," spoke one of the guards, "the readings confirm our fears. This crystallization spreads 3 feet each hour. At this rate, it will reach our eastern settlements within a fortnight." Ambassador Moradin Stonecleaver stroked his beard thoughtfully, the silver-streaked black hair coiling around gem-studded rings on his fingers. "The Council of Elders believes this to be elven magic. A weapon aimed at our territories." "And what do you believe, Ambassador?" asked the guard. Before Moradin could answer, a blood-curdling screech tore through the morning stillness. From within the crystal forest emerged a nightmarish creature, its body resembling a wolf formed entirely of living crystal, faceted eyes glowing with an inner fire, crystalline fangs dripping with something that sizzled when it touched the ground. "Defensive formation," shouted the dwarven captain, but the crystal beast moved with unnatural speed. It leapt over the front line of guards, heading straight for the ambassador. Time seemed to slow as Galador's instincts took over. His bow sang, releasing an arrow that streaked through the air, trailing faint green luminescence. It struck the crystal beast's flank, causing the creature to howl and veer off course, missing Moradin by inches. The beast crashed into the underbrush, then regained its footing, glaring with murderous intent at the spot where Galador hid. The elven prince stepped from the shadows, another arrow nocked and ready. "That was a warning shot," he called out, his melodic voice carrying a hint of steel. "The next goes through whatever passes for a heart in that abomination," the crystal wolf snarled, its body emitting an unnatural chiming sound, then bounded back into the crystal forest, disappearing among the glittering trees. Dwarf weapons immediately trained on Galador, but Moradin raised a hand. "Hold! That arrow saved my life." His shrewd eyes studied the elf carefully. "You're no common woodsman, despite your attire." Galador lowered his bow, but kept the arrow nocked. "And you're no common merchant, despite your diplomatic title, Master Spy." A ghost of a smile played beneath Moradin's beard. "It seems we both wear masks, elf. I am indeed Moradin Stonecleaver, ambassador to the Surface Realms, and yes, gatherer of information for the Stone Council. And you are?" "No one of consequence," Galador replied. "Just a hunter who recognizes danger when he sees it." He gestured toward the crystal forest. "This is neither dwarven nor elven magic. At least, not entirely." The ambassador's eyes narrowed. "You know something of this phenomenon?" A crystalline chime echoed from deep within the forest, followed by another, then a chorus like ghostly bells calling the faithful to a temple of ice. "What I know," Galador said grimly, "is that your guards are outmatched by what dwells within. More crystal beasts come. We should withdraw to safer ground." Moradin studied him for a long moment before nodding curtly. "My lodge lies 2 miles east. We will continue this conversation there, and I expect more forthcoming answers. Hunter." Moradin's lodge proved to be a fortified outpost disguised as a humble trading post, a testament to dwarven architectural ingenuity. Inside, maps covered a massive stone table, many marked with the locations of elven settlements. Galador noted them with a pang of recognition. Some were secret havens, known only to the royal family. "Your spying is thorough," he remarked, removing his weather-stained cloak to reveal elegant leathers beneath. A pendant slipped free from his tunic, a starburst of silver and moonstone that caught the light from the hearthfire. Moradin's breath caught. "The stellar crown insignia, your—" "Galador Starlight, yes." The elf's face hardened. "Or what remains of the royal bloodline after your people's allies in the Shadow Vale Guild assassinated my family." The dwarf's fist slammed onto the table. We had no part in that. The Shadow Vale were hired by factions within your own court. We've spent years trying to discover which elven houses orchestrated the coup. Surprise flickered across Galador's features. To what end? Since when do dwarves concern themselves with elven succession? Since the elimination of your family destabilized the entire region, Moradin replied, pouring 2 goblets of amber liquid from a stone decanter. The usurpers who now rule Lumineth have been systematically dismantling the ancient wards along our shared borders. Wards your ancestors and mine jointly created centuries ago. Galador accepted the offered drink cautiously. The binding wards. Why would they? Understanding dawned on his face. The Queen of Thorns. They're trying to free her. Moradin nodded grimly. Now you understand the true threat, and I suspect this crystal forest is the first sign of her awakening. Legend spoke of the Queen of Thorns, a being of immense power born of both elven grace and dwarven strength, who sought to unite the 2 realms through force when diplomacy failed. Betrayed by both sides and imprisoned in a crystal cage beneath the borderlands, her final curse promised that one day she would return to reclaim what was rightfully hers. The stories say she was a monster, Galador mused, as they prepared to enter the crystal forest the following dawn. But my grandmother told me differently. She said the queen was a visionary, born before her time. Moradin adjusted the enchanted gauntlets he wore, ancient dwarven artifacts designed to manipulate crystal and stone. History is written by the victorious. My people's hidden records suggest she was half elven, half dwarven, rejected by both societies for her mixed heritage, yet possessing unique gifts because of it. They stood now at the forest's edge, where the crystal continued its inexorable spread. Overnight, it had advanced nearly 50 feet beyond its previous boundary. My elven magic can temporarily disrupt the crystallization, Galador explained, demonstrating by touching a partially transformed sapling with his glowing hand. The crystal receded momentarily, revealing living wood beneath, but it returned stronger each time. And my gauntlets can reshape crystal but not reverse the transformation, Moradin added. Together, however, their eyes met in shared understanding. Despite centuries of ingrained suspicion, their complementary abilities represented their only hope. As they ventured deeper into the crystal labyrinth, the forest seemed to respond to their presence. Crystal chimes echoed all around, sometimes harmonious, sometimes discordant. Faceted surfaces reflected their images, occasionally showing not their present selves, but possible futures. Galador wearing a crown of silver leaves, Moradin with a scepter of glowing crystal. At the forest's heart, they discovered a clearing where the crystallization originated, a perfect circle of undisturbed grass surrounding an ancient stone dais. Atop the dais stood a figure imprisoned in crystal, her form barely discernible through the refractive surfaces, a woman with the pointed ears of an elf and the solid stature of a dwarf, her expression frozen in a silent scream, a crown of crystal thorns upon her brow. The queen herself, Moradin breathed. Before they could approach, a figure stepped from behind the crystal prison, tall and elegant, with eyes that held the cold emptiness of winter skies. Archmagus Thalindril, Galador hissed, instinctively reaching for his bow. The ancient elven magus smiled thinly. Prince Galador, how convenient that you should deliver yourself to me after all these years of searching, and with a dwarven diplomat as witness to your treachery, no less. You orchestrated the coup, Galador accused. You murdered my family. I preserved the natural order, Thalindril corrected. Your father was planning to reveal the truth about the Queen of Thorns, to suggest an alliance with the Dwarves based on her original vision. Such heresy could not be permitted. So you eliminated the royal line, Moradin growled, all to maintain your position of power. The Archmagus gestured dismissively. Power is merely a means to an end. Immortality, true immortality, that is my goal. And the Queen's prison has provided it for centuries. Understanding dawned on Galador's face. You're draining her life essence. The stories claim she died, but she's been your prisoner all along. A simple arrangement, Thaliindril confirmed. She remains in stasis, her life force feeding my youth, while both our peoples continue their comfortable hatred of one another, never uniting against greater threats. But recently, her power has been resisting, hence this little crystalline tantrum. With a flick of his wrist, Thaliindril summoned a half-dozen crystal beasts that emerged from the surrounding forest. Now, I'm afraid I must add your life essences to my collection. The Queen grows restless, and I require additional energy to reinforce her bonds. What happened next occurred in the span of heartbeats. As the crystal beasts leapt forward, Galador fired an arrow directly at the crystal prison, while Moradin slammed his gauntleted fists into the ground. The arrow, imbued with ancient elven magic, struck the exact spot where Moradin's dwarven power surged through the earth. A deafening crack split the air as fracture lines spiderwebbed across the crystal prison. The Queen's eyes snapped open within her cage, eyes that held neither malice nor vengeance, but ancient sorrow and determination. No! Thaliindril's youthful facade slipped, his skin sagging, hair whitening as his stolen vitality began to fade. You don't understand what you've done. The crystal prison shattered in a blinding explosion of light and sound. Where the Queen had stood remained only a swirling vortex of power, half radiant light, half earthy strength, that coalesced around Galador and Moradin, binding them momentarily in a cocoon of energy. The time has come for a new beginning, whispered a voice in their minds. The mistakes of the past need not define the future. When the light faded, the crystal forest had begun to recede. Trees transformed back to wood. Grass emerged from crystalline ground. But at the center of the clearing, Galador and Moradin stood transformed, each now bearing a subtle mark of the other's race. Galador's eyes held the depth and solidity of dwarven gemstones, while Moradin's beard now grew with the flowing elegance of elven hair. Thaliindril lay on the ground, his true age finally claiming him, crumbling to dust as they watched. What happened? Moradin asked, staring at his hands in wonder. Galador touched the pendant at his neck, now half silver, half stone. She didn't vanish. She passed her essence to us, the first willing union of elf and dwarf in generations. Around them, the last of the crystal forest reverted to its natural state, leaving only the dais unchanged, now inscribed with new runes that spoke of alliance rather than imprisonment. Your crown and mine, Moradin said thoughtfully, understanding the message written there. Separate yet stronger together, Galador nodded, a smile slowly forming on his lips. It seems we have a new tale to tell our peoples, Ambassador. One of thorns and crystal, endings and beginnings. In the distance, the sun crested the mountains that separated their kingdoms, casting light on a borderland transformed not by crystal, but by possibility. Story 4. In the fractured lands, where time flowed like water through cracked stone, sometimes rushing forward, sometimes swirling in eddies of repeating moments, the boundaries between realities wore thin as gossamer. Here, the aurora of existence itself shimmered perpetually overhead, casting prismatic shadows that shifted and changed with each passing breath. It was a place where the unwanted and forgotten things of the world collected, like driftwood on a temporal shore. It was here, amid the twisted spires of the Convergence Mountains, that Bromir Ironfist first found the broken blade. The dwarf master smith wiped sweat from his brow, the heat from his mobile forge lending a ruddy glow to his already fire-kissed skin. His powerful arms, corded with muscle earned through decades at the anvil, trembled slightly as he lifted the strange metal fragment from the scorched earth. The shard hummed against his calloused palm, its jagged edge inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and dance in the moonlight, runes that only appeared under the silvery illumination of elvish constellations. "By Durin's hammer," he muttered, his breath fogging in the suddenly chill air. "What manner of enchantment is this?" The metal was unlike any he had ever encountered, lighter than mithril yet somehow denser, as though it occupied more dimensions than his senses could perceive. Etched into its surface were words in an ancient elven script, the kind forbidden to non-elven eyes for millennia. Bromir had been exiled from the underground city of Khazad Mithral for his heretical ideas, for daring to suggest that dwarven metallurgy could be enhanced by incorporating elvish enchantment techniques. Now, 3 years into his banishment, living as an itinerant smith in these dangerous borderlands, he held what appeared to be physical proof of his theories. If only he could read the damned inscriptions. The White Tree Citadel rose like a dream from the mist-shrouded valley, its towers and spires formed from the living wood of ancient trees coaxed into architectural perfection through centuries of elvish song magic. It was a place few non-elves had ever glimpsed, let alone entered, which made Bromir's presence at its outer gates all the more remarkable. "Undertake your purpose, child of stone," commanded the guardian of the eastern gate, her silver armor catching the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. Bromir held up the broken blade, careful to keep it wrapped in the protective cloth he had enchanted himself, a minor working, but enough to dampen its strange energies. "I seek knowledge that only your archives may hold," he replied, his deep voice steady despite the coldness in the guardian's eyes. "I have found something that concerns both our peoples, I believe." A whisper of movement from the shadows behind the guardian caught his attention. A slender figure emerged, draped in the midnight blue robes of the archive keepers. Her face was partially obscured by a hood, but Bromir glimpsed eyes the color of storm clouds beneath it. "Let him pass, Theria," the robed figure said, her voice melodic, yet tinged with an unexpected hardness. "The council has foreseen his coming." Elindra Raveneyes had not always been an exile within her own realm. Once, she had been heir apparent to the archive mastership, destined to become keeper of all elven knowledge. That was before she had advocated for sharing certain ancient texts with the other races, specifically the Dwarves, arguing that the looming shadows on the horizon threatened all peoples equally. For such heresy, she had been relegated to the Forgotten Annex, cataloguing trivial scrolls and minor works, while the true secrets of their civilization remained beyond her reach. Or so the High Council believed. In truth, Elindra had discovered pathways through the living library that even the archive master didn't know existed. Root systems connecting repositories of knowledge, like the neural network of some vast mind. It was there she had first read of the Blade of Destiny, an artifact crafted before the sundering of the ancient world. And it was there she had found the prophecy of the dwarf who would bring its broken remains seeking answers. "And the metal resists all attempts at forge work," Bromir explained as they sat in her private study deep within the twisted roots of the white tree. "It remains cold even in the hottest fires, and my most potent hammer strikes barely mark its surface." Elindra nodded, her keen eyes studying the runes without directly touching the fragment. "Because it was never meant to be reshaped by conventional means, this is no ordinary weapon, Master Iron Fist." This is the Blade of Destiny, an artifact that can cut the threads of fate themselves. The dwarf's bushy eyebrows shot up in disbelief. You speak of children's tales. All tales begin somewhere, she replied, reaching for an ancient scroll resting on a shelf carved directly from the living wood of the white tree. This sword was forged at the dawn of creation by beings who understood that reality itself is but a tapestry that can be unwoven and rewoven. As she unrolled the delicate parchment, an illustration appeared. A sword identical to the fragment Bromir had discovered, complete and whole, its blade seeming to cut through the very fabric of the page itself. According to these texts, the blade can rewrite history, not just future events, but the past as well. It can unmake decisions, alter choices made aeons ago, create entirely new branches of reality. A weapon that powerful would never have been lost, Bromir argued, though uncertainty crept into his voice. It would be the most sought-after relic in all the realms. Elindra's expression darkened. It wasn't lost. It was broken intentionally, its fragments scattered across realities to prevent its misuse. And now someone, or something, is orchestrating its reassembly. Before Bromir could respond, a tremor ran through the living wood around them. The lights flickered, and a cold wind blew through the chamber, extinguishing several candles. "They've found us?" Elindra whispered, reaching for a staff leaning against her desk. "The Weaver's agents. We must leave immediately." They fled through hidden passages beneath the white tree, Elindra leading the way through tunnels that pulsed with a soft bioluminescence. Behind them, sounds of struggle echoed, the clash of weapons, shouts of alarm, the sizzle of combat magic. "Who in the seven hells is the Weaver?" Bromir demanded, as they emerged into a moonlit glade far from the citadel. In the distance, plumes of smoke rose from the direction they had come. "A being who exists outside the normal flow of time," Elindra explained, her face pale with exertion and worry. "Some say he was once a mortal who discovered the secret of stepping between moments. Others believe he is as old as creation itself, a guardian of the established order of events. And he wants this blade fragment. He wants to prevent the blade from ever being reforged," she corrected. "The Weaver has maintained the barriers between worlds for millennia, ensuring that certain events unfold exactly as they should. The Blade of Destiny represents the only true threat to his control." Bromir considered this, his craftsman's mind turning over the implications. "You said fragments, plural. How many pieces are we seeking?" "3, Elindra replied, gesturing to the shard he carried. "You hold the blade's edge. The hilt and the core remain scattered, one in the deepest dwarf mine, one in the void between worlds." The dwarf's laugh was without humor. "Well, at least the first should be easy enough for me to locate." "Not exactly," Elindra said, her gaze meeting his directly for the first time. "The fragment lies in Khazad Mithral, the very kingdom from which you were exiled. The journey to the dwarf kingdom was arduous, made more dangerous by the shadowy figures that pursued them, beings that seemed to step out of time itself, their forms blurring at the edges as though not fully committed to this reality. Twice they were ambushed by these temporal assassins, surviving only through the complementary nature of their skills, Bromir's enchanted hammer and Elindra's arcane knowledge. Through mountain passes where gravity occasionally reversed itself, across plains where phantom cities appeared and vanished with the changing light, they traveled. And as they did, an unlikely friendship began to form between them. Bromir taught Elindra the secret language of metal, how to read the song of an ore vein, how to feel the potential in raw elements. In return, she shared forbidden elven knowledge of the stars and their influence on enchantment, of words of power too dangerous to be written down. "Your people believe we're cold and distant," she told him one night as they camped beneath a sky where 3 moons chased each other in impossible orbits. "And mine believe yours are stubborn and earthbound, incapable of higher thought," Bromir chuckled, stoking their small fire. "And yet here we are, an exiled dwarfsmith and an elven archivist on the outskirts of permission, proving both wrong." "Perhaps that's why we were chosen," Elindra mused. "The outsiders. The ones who already questioned the established order of things." Khazad Mithral loomed before them, its massive gates carved into the living mountain, flanked by 100-foot statues of dwarf kings past. Sentries patrolled the ramparts, their armor gleaming in the torchlight. "I cannot go with you," Elindra said softly. "No elf has passed those gates in 7 generations." Bromir nodded grimly. "And no exile has ever been permitted to return." He reached into his pack and withdrew a simple silver circlet. "I made this during our journey. It contains a splinter of the blade fragment, forged using techniques you taught me. It should allow us to communicate while I'm inside." Elindra took the delicate piece with surprise. "This is masterwork." "I had a decent teacher," he replied with a wink. "And now let's hope my plan works, or we'll be meeting again in the afterlife." As Bromir approached the gates alone, Elindra retreated to the agreed-upon hiding place in the foothills. Through the circlet, she could see through his eyes, experience what he experienced. She watched as he was recognized, seized, and brought before the Dwarf King's Council for judgment. And she felt his shock when the elderly Lorekeeper stepped forward and announced, "The exile returns as foretold. Bring forth the fragment of destiny." In the ancient vault of artifacts beneath the mountain, Bromir stood before a pedestal where a chunk of strange metal rested, unmistakably part of the same weapon he carried. The Lorekeeper explained that their histories spoke of this moment, of the dwarf who would be cast out, only to return, bearing the edge of fate itself. But as Bromir reached for the second fragment, reality itself seemed to shudder. The torches in the vault extinguished simultaneously, and a figure materialized between Bromir and the pedestal, a being neither dwarf nor elf, its form constantly shifting between states of existence. "The Weaver," Bromir whispered, his hand instinctively reaching for his hammer. "The protector of what must be," the figure corrected, its voice echoing as though speaking from multiple points in time simultaneously. "You cannot comprehend the consequences of what you attempt, dwarf." The blade was broken for a reason. Through their connection, Elindra's voice filled Bromir's mind. The blade was broken to prevent change, to maintain the separation of our peoples. Ask him who truly benefits from keeping the established order. The Weaver's ever-shifting eyes narrowed. The she-elf speaks of matters beyond her understanding. The barriers between worlds maintain balance. Without them, chaos would reign. Or perhaps new possibilities would emerge. Bromir countered, taking a step forward. "Perhaps the established order you protect so fiercely is just one version of how things could be, the version that gives you power." As the Weaver raised a hand, crackling with temporal energy, Bromir lunged forward, driving the blade fragment into the pedestal beside its counterpart. A blinding light erupted as the 2 pieces recognized each other, beginning to meld together of their own accord. The Weaver shrieked, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "You cannot rewrite what has been decided. The dwarf kingdoms must remain separate from the elven realms. It is the only way to prevent the coming darkness." But Bromir stood his ground, the combined power of the fragments pushing back the Weaver's assault. Through his eyes, Elindra witnessed everything, and through their connection she sent her own power flowing into him. The coming darkness, Bromir realized suddenly, it threatens all our peoples. That's the truth you've hidden all along. Not that the blade would bring destruction, but that it might unite those who were divided. With a final surge of combined dwarf resilience and elven magic, they forced the weaver back. The being's form began to unravel, threads of reality pulling apart. "You doom all worlds," it hissed as it faded. "The third fragment lies beyond your reach, in the void where reality ends. Without it, you have only created more fractures in what was once whole." As the weaver vanished, the partially restored blade pulsed with potential. In its gleaming surface, Bromir and Elindra, now standing beside him, having been drawn physically through their connection, saw reflections not of themselves, but of what could be. Dwarves and elves working together, sharing knowledge, creating wonders neither could achieve alone. "The third fragment," Elindra murmured. "If it truly lies in the void." Bromir's hand found hers, strong fingers intertwining with slender ones. "Then we'll find it together. After all, we're already rewriting what's possible." Around them, dwarf elders stood in stunned silence as an elf stood in their sacred vault for the first time in ages. The partially reforged blade of destiny hummed with anticipation, as if aware that the pattern of history itself was already beginning to shift and change. And somewhere in the spaces between moments, new threads of possibility began to weave themselves into the tapestry of fate. Story 5. The melody came with the winter winds, weaving through the ancient halls of Khazad-dûrn like silver threads of enchantment. It was barely perceptible at first, a whisper at the edge of consciousness, a haunting refrain that lingered in dreams. But as the moons waxed and waned, the song grew stronger, rising from the deepest chambers of the Twin Mountains where no dwarf had ventured in 1,000 years. Grimir Ebonbeard stood alone at the entrance of the abandoned mine shaft, his weathered face illuminated by the ghostly blue light of his lantern. 3 weeks had passed since his brother Thrain had walked into these depths, eyes glazed and movements mechanical, deaf to Grimir's desperate calls. Since then, 17 more dwarves had succumbed to the mysterious melody, including his father and 2 cousins. The Elders' Council had sealed the entrance with ancient runes, declaring the mines forsaken. But Grimir knew better than anyone that stone walls and magical barriers could not stop the music that now haunted his dreams. The Guardian of the Eastern Gate hefted his warhammer, Stonecrusher, forged by his great-grandfather during the War of Broken Crowns, and broke the seal with a single, defiant blow. The runes sizzled and faded into the rock face, releasing a gust of stale air that carried with it the faintest echo of the mesmerizing tune. "For family and honor," he muttered the ancient dwarven oath, his deep voice reverberating against the mountain stone. "And may the ancestors guide my path." But Grimir knew the ancestors would not approve of his next destination. No dwarf had willingly sought the help of elves since the Great Sundering 3 centuries ago. Yet here he was, preparing to journey to the crystal forests of Elendel, to seek aid from those his people considered ancient enemies. The towers of Elendel rose like frozen music from the heart of the enchanted forest, their crystalline spires capturing and refracting the morning light into 1,000 rainbow fragments. Lyraniel Crystal Voice observed the approaching dwarf from her meditation chamber high in the singing tower. The sight was so unusual that for a moment she thought her eyes deceived her. Dwarves never ventured into elven lands voluntarily, especially not battle-hardened warriors bearing the insignia of the Guardian Guild. "He comes seeking aid," came the serene voice of Eldarin, the eldest of the High Council, materializing beside her like morning mist. A peculiar melody has bewitched his kin, leading them into the depths of their mountains, never to return. Lyraniel's silver eyes widened. And the hollow song has begun. The ancient prophecy, dismissed by most as a children's tale, spoke of a time when the mountains would sing again, awakening what should remain forever slumbering. As the realm's most gifted songweaver, whose voice could heal wounds and make flowers bloom out of season, Lyraniel had always been fascinated by the old legend. The council has forbidden any involvement in dwarven matters, Eldarin reminded her, his ageless face betraying no emotion. The prophecy also warns that those who follow the hollow song may never return to the light. But Lyraniel had already made her decision. She touched the crystal pendant at her throat, her songstone, which amplified and focused her musical magic. Some songs must be answered, Elder, she said with quiet determination. Even if the harmony is unexpected. The unlikely pair departed at dawn, a gruff, stocky dwarf with a beard adorned with obsidian beads and an ethereal elven woman whose platinum hair seemed to capture moonlight even in daylight. They made an odd sight traversing the shadow pass between their realms, each carrying the weight of their people's disapproval. Your council was no more pleased than mine, I gather. Grimr broke the tense silence as they approached the foothills of the Twin Mountains. Lyraniel's melodic laughter surprised him. They threatened to revoke my songstone. But prophecies don't fulfill themselves, Master Ebonbeard. Sometimes they need a little assistance. The dwarf's bushy eyebrows shot up. Prophecies. I came seeking your people's renowned knowledge of enchantments, not fairy tales. And yet you sought out an elf when your own kind forbade it, she countered. Perhaps your heart knows what your mind refuses to acknowledge. Before Grimr could respond, the wind shifted, carrying with it the haunting melody that had plagued his dreams. Lyraniel froze, her delicate features sharpening with concentration. Impossible, she whispered. This is no ordinary enchantment. This is creation music, the oldest magic in existence. The secret entrance Grimr had discovered led them deep into the heart of the eastern mountain. As they descended through narrow passages carved by ancient hands, the music grew stronger, wrapping around them like an invisible fog. Lyraniel began to hum a counter-melody, her songstone glowing with soft blue light, creating a protective harmony that kept their minds clear. My people believe these mountains were hollowed by the gods themselves, creating the greatest acoustic chamber in the world, Grimr explained as they navigated the twisting tunnels. That we built our cities in the natural caverns, but never ventured into the forbidden depths where the walls turned to crystal. My people have a similar legend, Lyraniel replied. We call this place the Echo of Creation, where the first notes of existence still resonate. The passage suddenly widened into a massive cavern whose walls sparkled with embedded crystals of every color. Hundreds of dwarves moved methodically through the space, their eyes vacant, their movements precise and coordinated. They were excavating a central dais where something gleamed with otherworldly brilliance. Thrain! Grimr's voice broke as he spotted his brother among the entranced workers. He rushed forward, but Lyraniel caught his arm. Wait, she cautioned. But look at what they've uncovered. At the center of the dais rested a harp, unlike any ever crafted by mortal hands. Its frame was fashioned from what appeared to be solidified starlight, and its strings shimmered with contained power. Each string seemed to vibrate to a different frequency of reality itself. The harp of creation, Lyraniel breathed, awe and fear mingling in her voice. The instrument the gods used to sing the world into existence. It was said to be hidden at the world's foundation. How touching, came a voice from the shadows behind the dais. A dwarf and an elf united in their quest. How very progressive. The figure that emerged seemed to flicker between two forms, sometimes appearing as a noble elven lord with eyes of molten gold, other times as a sturdy dwarf with intricate runes carved into his skin. In both manifestations, his face bore the same expression of bitter triumph. "Valandil," Liraniel gasped, recognition dawning in her eyes. "The half-song. You were banished centuries ago." "Banished?" The figure laughed, the sound distorting unnaturally. "I was rejected by both your peoples, too tall for a dwarf, too stocky for an elf. The unwanted child of the peace treaties that neither side truly honored." Grimir's grip tightened on his hammer. "You've enchanted my kin to dig up this relic. Release them. They are serving a greater purpose than your petty kingdom could ever offer," Valandil replied, approaching the harp. "The harp of creation doesn't just make music, it rewrites reality. And I intend to compose a new world where neither elves nor dwarves exist. Only my perfect harmony." As his fingers reached for the harp strings, Liraniel began to sing, a clear, pure note that cut through the enchantment like sunlight through fog. Several dwarves nearest to them blinked in confusion, the spell momentarily broken. Valandil snarled and struck a chord on the harp. The cavern shuddered, crystals raining from the ceiling as reality itself seemed to warp around them. "Your little songs cannot compare to the music of creation, Song Weaver," he taunted. But Grimir had been watching, learning. "The harmony," he said urgently to Liraniel. "It's not just your voice that breaks his spell, it's the resonance when your magic meets the mountain stone." Understanding bloomed in Liraniel's eyes. "The ancient legends. They don't speak of elven magic or dwarven craft alone, but of their union." Grimir unslung a small drum from his back, a traditional dwarven heartbeat drum used in their deepest rituals. "My father was a song guardian before he was a warrior," he explained, beginning a powerful primal rhythm that made the very crystals in the walls vibrate in sympathy. As Valandil played the harp with increasing desperation, weaving dissonant melodies that made reality flicker and bend around them, Liraniel's voice joined with Grimir's drumming. The elven soprano and dwarven percussion created something new, a harmony that had not been heard since the world's creation. The entranced dwarves began to awaken one by one, the competing songs battling for dominance in the crystal cavern. Valandil's face contorted with rage as he played faster, more frantically, the harp's power responding to his desperation with destructive force. "Your hatred has corrupted the harp's purpose," Liraniel called out between notes. "Creation was never meant to destroy." In the crescendo of their musical battle, Grimir's drumming reached a fever pitch, the ancient dwarven rhythms calling to the very stone of the mountain. The crystals in the walls began to glow with inner fire, resonating with their combined music. Liraniel's voice soared above it all, weaving protection and healing into her melody. With a cry of defiance, Valandil struck what he intended to be a final, devastating chord, but the harp, responding to the purer harmony filling the cavern, shattered in his hands. A shockwave of pure creation energy exploded outward, forcing everyone to the ground. When the light faded, Valandil lay unconscious, his form no longer shifting but settled into its true nature, neither fully elven nor fully dwarven, but something uniquely his own. The freed dwarves gathered around Grimir in confusion and gratitude, while Liraniel knelt beside the fallen half-song, her hand gentle on his brow. "He is not evil," she said softly, "just wounded by rejection and twisted by loneliness." Perhaps that is the final verse of the prophecy, not just the union of our musics, but of our peoples. Grimir looked around at the crystal cavern, forever changed by what had transpired. The harp was gone, but tiny fragments of its frame remained, glowing within a light. The elders speak of a time before the sundering, when our peoples built wonders together that neither could achieve alone," he said thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's time to compose a new song." As they led the rescued dwarves and the subdued Valandil back toward the surface, something remarkable happened. Where the magic of the harp had touched the cavern walls, new crystals were growing, neither purely elven nor dwarven in their patterns, but a beautiful hybrid that sang with a gentle harmony all its own. And deep in the heart of the mountain, that new song began to spread, replacing the hollow melody with something whole at last. Story 6. The floating spires of Etherspire gleamed like polished silver against the perpetual twilight of the Nimbus Highlands, where clouds swirled beneath the city as if the entire kingdom danced upon the sky itself. From the highest tower of the Crystal Citadel, Queen Alicia watched as streaks of lightning illuminated the gathering storm below, her slender fingers gripping the moonstone balustrade. "The winds speak of discord tonight," came a voice like distant thunder. Draconir, her most trusted advisor, moved to stand beside her, his ancient eyes reflecting the lightning that splintered across the darkening horizon. Tall even by elven standards, with silver-blue hair that seemed to catch every whisper of breeze, there had always been something otherworldly about him that extended beyond his centuries of wisdom. "They have spoken thus for a fortnight," Alicia replied, her melodic voice tinged with concern, "yet you have avoided my questions about their meaning." A flash of something, regret perhaps, crossed Draconir's weathered face. For 300 years, he had served as the cornerstone of Etherspire's council, guiding the elven realm through periods of both prosperity and hardship. His counsel had never failed them, not even during the great drought when the cloudwells had nearly run dry. "Some storms cannot be interpreted until they break upon us," he said finally, his gaze drawn to the distant mountain range where darkness seemed to pool unnaturally. But I fear this one has been brewing for far longer than you know." Before Alicia could press him further, the crystal chimes echoed through the chamber. An urgent summons. Captain Thalis of the Skyguard burst through the doors, his luminescent armor still crackling with defensive enchantments. "My queen," he bowed hastily. Strangers approached from the eastern ridge, dwarves from Stormforge, bearing signs of battle and desperate flight. Dwarves in Etherspire was rare enough to cause concern. Dwarves in flight was unprecedented. Though not enemies, the Elves of the Highlands and the Dwarves of the Mountain Stronghold maintained a cool distance, their interactions limited to the necessary exchanges of trade during the seasonal meets at Twilight Pass. Within the hour, Queen Alicia sat upon her crystal throne as the delegation of dwarves was escorted into the grand audience chamber. Their leader, a broad-shouldered warrior whose beard was singed and armor cracked, stepped forward and dropped to one knee. "Queen of the Sky Realms," he said, his voice rough with exhaustion. "I am Thorngar Ironheart, son of Thrain, king under the mountain. Stormforge has fallen." A murmur rippled through the assembled court. Stormforge, the impenetrable fortress of the dwarves, carved into the living rock of the Thunderpeak Mountains, had stood for millennia. What force could breach the gates of Stormforge? Alicia asked, leaning forward. "Not what, but who," Thorngar replied, his eyes darkening. The mountain was sundered by lightning that moved with purpose, by winds that spoke with malice. "We faced a storm that wore scales and breathed destruction." At these words, Draconir stiffened visibly. Alicia, attuned to her advisor's moods after centuries together, noted his reaction with curiosity. "A dragon," Thorngar continued, his voice dropping to a reverent hush, black as the void between stars, with eyes that flashed like violet lightning. Nixithalas, she named herself, as she demanded the location of the heart of Ether. The elven court erupted in whispers, but Elysia's attention remained fixed on Draconir, whose face had become a mask of stone. For the first time in her reign, she saw genuine fear in the ancient advisor's eyes. "The heart of Aether is but a myth," she responded carefully, "a fable told to elflings about the founding of our realm." "Myths often harbor truths," Draconir interjected suddenly, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the chamber instantly. "And some truths are best left buried." Thorngar's gaze shifted to Draconir, narrowing with sudden recognition. "You," he whispered, then louder, "you." In a flash of movement too swift for most eyes to follow, the dwarf king had drawn an ornate warhammer that hummed with runes of power. "Betrayer, Stormbringer," he roared. "He is one of them. His scent is masked, but no disguise can hide the essence of a dragon from those who have faced their wrath." The accusation hung in the air like a thunderclap. Guards moved to intercept Thorngar, but Draconir raised a hand to stay them. "3 centuries I have served Aether Spire," he said quietly. "If I meant harm to this realm, would I not have struck long ago?" "Draconir," Elysia's voice was barely audible, a question filled with disbelief. The ancient advisor closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had changed. Vertical pupils set in irises that swirled with the colors of a tempest. "I was known as Vatirun once," he admitted, the storm's voice, eldest son of the Tempest Clutch. As shocked gasps filled the chamber, Draconir or Vatirun continued, his voice growing stronger, resonating with power long suppressed. "But I am not the destroyer of Stormforge. I've led my kind centuries ago, when Nixathalas, our matriarch, began her obsession with the Aether crystal." "Why have you hidden among us?" Elysia demanded, her composure faltering for perhaps the first time in her long reign. "At first, to escape," Vathirun replied honestly. "Later, to protect. The heart of Aether is real, my queen, and it lies at the core of this very citadel, powering the enchantments that keep Aetherspire aloft." Thorngar's knuckles whitened around his warhammer. "And now your kin comes to claim it, while you have conveniently positioned yourself at the queen's side. Nyx Thalas is no longer my kin." Vatirun's voice cracked like lightning. "She seeks the heart not just for its power, but for what it truly is, the last unhatched egg of our kind, crystallized in a stasis spell woven by the founders of this realm." The revelation settled over the court like a heavy mist. The heart of Aether, the legendary crystal that powered the floating city and had been venerated for generations, was actually a dragon egg, preserved in time. "If the egg hatches," Elysia whispered, understanding dawning, "Aetherspire falls. And if it remains as it is," Vathirun added solemnly, "my kind faces extinction, for this may be the last viable egg in existence." The dilemma hung in the air between them, monumental and unsolvable. Days later, as preparations for war transformed the peaceful elven kingdom, Elysia found Vathirun at the ancient observatory, where enchanted lenses tracked the movements of stars and storms alike. "She approaches," he said without turning. "The darkness on the horizon is her shadow." "Can we defeat her?" Elysia asked, standing beside the being she had known for centuries, yet never truly known at all. "Did not without terrible cost," Vathirun replied, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. "Nyx Thalas commands the elements in ways I never could. She has grown stronger while I have changed." "Changed how?" Vathirun finally turned to face her, his expression open and vulnerable in a way it had never been before. "Dragons are not meant to live among the shorter-lived races. We are creatures of instinct and power, of pride and solitude. Yet I have learned patience from the Elves, craftsmanship from watching your artisans, compassion from your healers. I have attended the naming ceremonies of elflings who now sit on your council. I have..." He hesitated, searching for words. "Grown fond of this place and its people. Then help us defend it," Elysia urged. "Stand with us, not as Draconir the advisor, but as Vathiran the storm's voice." "If I reveal my true form," he warned, "trust once broken may never be restored." The next dawn brought with it an unnatural darkness. From the eastern peaks came a storm unlike any in living memory. Clouds twisted into shapes that defied nature, lightning striking in patterns that spoke of conscious malice. At its center, barely visible through the tempest, flew a massive shadow with wings that spanned the width of the valley. Standing atop the highest spire of Aetherspire, Vatharun closed his eyes and allowed his elven guise to fall away for the first time in centuries. Flesh became scale, fingers extended into talons, and from his back unfurled enormous wings that shimmered with the iridescence of lightning captured in storm clouds. A dragon of silver and blue rose where the advisor had stood, smaller than the approaching shadow, but no less magnificent. As Nyxathalas descended upon Aetherspire, her massive form blotting out what little light remained, she paused at the sight of Vatharun awaiting her, his wings fully extended in challenge. "Brother," her voice rolled like distant thunder, "you disappoint me still." "Sister," he replied, the elven language strange from a draconic throat, "I will not allow you to destroy what I have helped build." Her laughter shook the very foundations of the floating city. "You have become weak, living among these fragile creatures. The egg belongs with its own kind." "And what kind is that?" Vatharun challenged. "The kind that destroys without thought, that values power above all else. Perhaps the egg is exactly where it should be, among those who have venerated it without knowing its true nature." Nyxthalas's eyes narrowed to violet slits. "Stand aside or perish with them." "Neither," came a voice from below. Queen Elysia stood on a lower balcony, flanked by her guards and, surprisingly, by Thorngar and his dwarven warriors. "And we offer a third path." The elven queen raised her hands, and from the depths of the citadel rose a crystal of impossible beauty, suspended in a cradle of enchanted silver. "The heart of Aether," Elysia announced, "shall remain here, but not as our captive. We propose an alliance, your knowledge to help us safely relocate our city to solid ground, our magic to help awaken the egg without destruction." Nyxthalas's massive head swung between the crystal, her brother, and the tiny queen who dared to negotiate with the force of nature. "And if I refuse," the great dragon rumbled, "then we all lose." Vatharun replied simply, "The egg, Aetherspire, perhaps even you, sister. There's been enough destruction." For a long moment, the fate of two kingdoms and an ancient species hung in the balance, suspended between pride and possibility, between vengeance and a future rewritten. In the end, it was not power that decided the outcome, but something rarer still, wisdom born of centuries living among those once considered lesser beings. As dawn finally broke through the unnatural storm, it illuminated an unprecedented scene. Elves, dwarves, and dragons in council, forging a new path for all their peoples. And at the heart of Aetherspire, safely cradled in enchantments woven by three races together, the heart of Aether pulsed with new life, its crystalline surface beginning the slow, miraculous transformation back to the egg it had always been. A promise of renewal for a race long thought beyond salvation, and a symbol of the unexpected alliances that can form when ancient enemies face a common future.